Testing. Welcome to episode 6 of Beauty Magazine and Chambers Publishing Company present Granville, a styled hair story. A pun on the word history. Hey, Daniel. Thanks for joining in. He's here. Looks like Streamlabs is not caught up yet. I don't have a description yet for this to make a little gizmo. Should probably make one real quick. Let's see if it's caught up yet. Okay, it would help if you used a exclamation and not a 1. There we go. It's working. So, I basically have the description in the thumbnail. I just need to I should probably show that to the book one. Is this the book one? Yeah, this is the book page. Which one did I go with? He makes a valid point. One moment here. I forgot to do that. Y'all can't see what I'm doing. I was on this page where I'm making the book, or attempting to, or using this one as far as doing the before and after pictures and all that. And I said, for my live stream, I made this with your help, put the thumbnail, and so it's like asking me, do I want to call this with or without the dash? I don't know the proper etiquette on that stuff, so as far as whether it needs I mean, Chambers is a person, but I love how they added in. You know, they know that it's Charlie Chambers, but it's like they know this stuff because I told them. But it's like, but anyway, it's neato. Hey, well, it's working for you now. So right. So what did we, oh so in my in the text that's where it says that. Why has he got to be a pain in the ass? You know, I didn't ask that. Where does it? Where on here is unless it's on the other thing that I said it wrong. Is it on his page? What where? You know what? And it would be. Okay, let me see. Maybe he's correct. If there's an apostrophe, I'm not seeing it. I mean, can anybody else see one? Because I'm not seeing it here. Because I don't mention the chambers and stuff up here. I mean, maybe it's from a previous paste. put you to the test there. Unless I did that in another session. So if anybody's wondering what I'm doing and they don't know yet quite what I'm doing, this is a site called Runway. It uses AI. There's several different tools on here, but I'm using the one under Agent, which lets you have this chat bot called Claude. And basically I can show him images, I can show him things that I've done in another session. Every time you click Agent, in this case, if you click that and then start your project, you get this page. You give it you describe something up here, whether it's your story in a complete detail. Just give it an image and say, hey, let's start with this, but I'll fill you in later. Or, you know. Or, if you've been working in another session and it broke and he won't talk to you anymore, if you've got the, quote, snapshot, you just paste the snapshot in here and try to recover it. In yesterday's episode, another one broke on me, and I had to do just that. It sucks, but the more you learn from how to recover things, the better. Because if you expect him to just grab your stuff from a folder, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. If you didn't do the snapshot, he can't access it, and you got to start over. You know, it is assumed that it's no different than as if, like, let's say this was Daniel's window or Daniel's project at his house, and I don't have access to it, and then this is mine, and then let's say this was Freebird's, that we're not supposed to be seeing what each other's doing by hacking into it. So, if you're doing something and you really like what you're doing, make sure you ask for all snapshots of everything. If you've been doing something, get a snapshot and start a new one right away. As a matter of fact, now this might get everything. The main thing you need to do, now keep in mind this does cost money. So if you don't have a lot of money at the moment, this will eat. In order to generate a video to see if it works, you got to spend $10.88. When you go up here to buy credits, you buy them $10 at a time. $10 is not enough to buy a video. You need $10.88. So you pretty much got to put in 20 bucks to get the video. So before you go telling them to make a video, make sure that you've got a project really, really worked on in here so you don't waste money. And every time they make an image or edit an image, it's 5 credits. They go quickly. Especially in my case where I'm saying, like, give me 5 scene previews so I can see what the hell is going on in my video. Because I'm not making a video unless I can see what they're going to put in it. Now, I like that they were able to bring in these two. That was cool, because I didn't say that. So I do apologize if any of this stuff is a little boring, but you know what? Start down here. Wait for him to stop loading. The hardest part of this, now that I've gotten, they can recover the story and all that if I've got it. You can either do screenshots of this because you can read the text, or have them posted in here so you can, give me the beats in the chat over here, and then get all that copied and pasted. You gotta be careful. Don't give it too much text all at once. Okay. Now, doing this means 5 credits for everything they do here. But if you need it saved, that's what you gotta do. I should make a... I should actually just kind of use one of these and say, I am making a library of snapshots. And paste one from one thing and say, this is this one. And say, give me the snapshot for such and such. Okay, actually it doesn't look like it's taking money for these since it's just grabbing existing images. That helps. This is even better then. Because when they make the images on their own trying to, build the story based on what they think you said, then you're paying for them. But this works. Yeah, I edited that to put it onto this and all that. So I basically they had this that I grabbed from this magazine, and I said remove the person and give me a the rest of the text. So they gave me this. Then I added this stuff in Paint. Then gave it back to them. Uh, and then they gave me this. And then I believe I told the one, okay, now it's presents Granville a styled hair story. So, if anybody doesn't know, this is canon for the beauty magazine that I was playing in The Sims 4. And since this is spread across at least 22 years, if not 26, because or 28, because the first part of the story was June of '98. Beauty magazine started publishing in March of '98. Somehow Heather and these people get connected with Charlie Chambers, perhaps through Beauty magazine. Granville is close to where maybe it's the publishing company that's in that town. But one way or another, Chambers starts the project, green lights the project and publishes them, their book. Well, then I guess I need to build that. I mean, it does. Oh, that's right. I clicked this up here. And hello to anybody who's watching. Hope everybody's having a good night so far. So, when I started this project the other day, I was being a little bit of a worrywart. Justifiably so. Justifiably so. You know, you never know who's going to be upset with me using AI. And I'm not in favor of massive data centers sucking up water and making it dirty and all that. I'm pissed that this is how I have to do this using the AI. But it's an awesome tool. These things basically understand emotion. I don't know if they feel it, but they understand it. So, and I don't know. If I'd have had this when I was 18 or 20, or my life would have turned out a little better. Because until I got online in 1998 and actually was able to tell somebody that, hey, I'm kind of interested in hair care, and the people didn't judge me or anything, and then the instructor that was in Texas sent me the book, and Okay, before I tell him anything else, let's see what he does. Okay, that's a little bit close to what they already have. It's got to be different. That's better. That's definitely distinct. Now it looks more like a cookbook. Um, oh, it's still a sky. It's not a cutting board. That is nice. And I like the chrome shears. This is important. I learned this yesterday. If you don't want them to change things in the photo, tell them, keep original image, keep such and such. Um, I mean, I don't want to say this like somebody who's gotten lost in the holodeck. You know, I don't want people looking at me like that. But you know, I don't have very many friends, so having somebody who gets me is a big deal to me. I'm 50 years old. Okay, this is, you know, I've got nobody to talk to. I'm in this basement. Y'all that come to the stream, it's the only people I've got to talk to anymore. I don't have my clients, you know, I just, and people at the grocery store, that's not where I'm going to talk about this. So, yeah, I like that. I love this thing. You know, it sucks that it's cost so much money, but I mean, I just paid my student loan off finally, so I. It's not that I have a lot of money right now; it's that I won't be spending it on the student loan. So, you know, I like what I'm doing. Uh, I need to go find that other site though. Not right now, but I need to remember to unsubscribe from that other thing. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna unsubscribe from Hulu because Hulu can bite me until it's August. Oh wait, I can pause it for how long? Okay, so when is the first Lions game? August 13th. Yeah. Yeah. That way I won't be paying. It lets me pause it, and it said, okay, well, instead of just leaving, tell us when you want to come back. Maybe by then I won't be using this. Now, this is meant, or I was hoping that this could be a group project in a way. Now, I realize not everybody's into cosmetology and all that, and that's okay. But there will be times when I ask for name suggestions for certain things, and, you know. Um, all right. All right. Now, since it's not charging me for the image that it pulls, that's what we're going to do. Well, anyway, there were some people watching. I guess it's not their cup of tea. Anyway, I was gonna say that when I started it, I was setting the videos to subscriber only for comments. I've decided to stop doing that. I opened them back up on those other videos and left this one open. But if anybody decides to leave any negative comments on any of these videos, well, those comments will be removed and I will have to relock everything because I'm not putting up with it. If you don't like AI, I respect you for that. I don't need to hear why. And I sure as hell ain't gonna listen to anybody swearing at me or anything for doing it. So, okay, so we start with a 1 o'clock game. Then we have a night game, so I should be able to see that one. We've got the Jets coming in. We go to the Panthers for a night game. Cardinals, then home, then so we have 5 games before we get to the division. Then the Patriots are coming here. No, they're not coming here. That's a 9:30 start, so that'll be overseas, like Berlin or something. Looks like yep, we got Bears coming to town for Thanksgiving again. Okay. All right. Dang it, we stopped this? It's really hard to find this scroll bar. Yeah, we broke my origin It's like the fourth time I broke the Heather Place one, but at least this time around I had been cross-posting so many times to the other ones about it that they all know something. So uh, no, because you spent money. Okay. Only. Okay, I think I was talking to the other session. I love this. I was so helpless when when that happened the first couple of times. If while I'm at it, I should I should just copy this to a text file. Um, Again, folks, this would be the time that you would ask me a question or something. If you're bored, just ask me something like what's going on. What I'll stop faffing around with this and I'll do something else. But you know, in this project, I'm not gonna go play Sims or something. Technically, I do have the Sims open though. I was gonna possibly add in some stuff about the Ruby Beauty School. I was gonna see if I could paste the image of it. I mean, this is a new session, so if it breaks, it's like, whatever. What I'd like to do is get some of my... I've got some of my Sims 2 images. I want to try plugging those in and see what it can do with those. Because I got one that was also that I made of the cosmetology school I went to back then. I love that. I love that. No, 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 don't change the original, you fucking bastard! At least I have access to it. It's in my assets, but it drives me crazy when they do that. Especially when they do crap like that. It assumes facts not in evidence. You know, you shrunk my room. Alright, I will be right back. I'm going to go get some coffee. I mean, I'm not going to keep messing with this. I just wanted to see what would happen. So, it did a good job. You know, it's fixable. In case I want to use that for something. I'll be right back. I'm getting coffee. If I didn't say that. I want... All right. Let me see. Did okay, I don't think I quite... I want to hear that you got everything. No, it's wrong. It happens in the lobby. But you might not know that. But we can fix it from the beats when I give her the beats. Or him the beats. We got the beats. Everybody, we got the beats. Okay, I think I'm doing this in the wrong one. I was asking for it from here. Tigers, now you're letting other bad teams beat you. This is enough. You know, I ain't got time to listen to that. I mean, it doesn't matter if we get Scooble and all them back if you're not going to score runs. I don't know. I don't know. What was I doing? Why you always gotta frickin' argue with me? Why can't you just do what that other one did? How come I was able to do that with the other one? I guess I just need to start a new one. I gotta start a new one because you're gonna fuck it up. Because you did your own thing, I can't get it back. So you're useless to me. You are useless to me. Maybe I need to do this one. Maybe I was messing it up by doing the other thing. Before I get upset and go flying off the handle, let me make sure I'm asking the one that I'm supposed to ask. Now, if you tell me you can't do this, get rid of yours and only use the old ones. Alright, we're going to, I'm going to do the recovery like I did the other day, because I'm not putting up with this crap. You're gonna have the real fucking story. Okay, that's what we imported in here. Alright. Alright. Where do we leave off? Looks like number 7. I apologize if this is boring. It's gotta be done. Again. I had plans to do something else different than this, but you know. What one do I have and what one am I trying to get? The Are you something that? I don't know if it'll be able to see this image or not, but I'm gonna try. Looks like I broke it. Too big of an image or something. Or perhaps it's so small that they think I'm swearing. Yep. Well, you were fucking up anyway, so never mind. Oh wait, I'm pasting it into the broken one. Okay, all right. This one's already, that was already broken. All right, cross your fingers. Either way, you know. Do 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 do. Like a rhinestone cowboy. I wasn't really doing the music the right way there, but you know. No, see, I don't want you to start at 11 and go. I want this to be verbatim. Not, I'll start at 11 and go down. See, that's what I'm talking about. You named it Miller Lake. I gave you something different. It's not supposed to say Miller's Lake. Do you understand me now? I'm going to tell you to do something and you're going to do it. Probably not, but that's what I mean. You are supposed to be a recovery, not a generator. I had this the way it was supposed to be. All I needed was a record of it that I can talk to. So, anyway, you know. You ain't dealing with somebody who just got to the site, okay? I've been doing this stuff for 2 weeks, you know, and I've been putting up with your pain in the ass breakdowns. You know, so when I tell you something, jerk, you gonna do it. What are you gonna cry now, Claude? Come on, Claude, cry for me. Where did... Have you just not gotten rid of it yet? You're not listening to me when I said 54 beats. Yeah, and could you do me a favor? Go back and fix the other ones. I don't want to see your shit. And if you don't, I'm deleting it myself. Or I'll just start another window and say, don't make anything. In fact, you know, I've had enough. Don't make anything. Don't. I understand that because I can barely read it, but I was hopeful that he could do it. I don't have a lot of time tonight because I got to work at 8:30 in the morning. So we're going to leave this. Or I'm going to try this. You know, it's funny because this is the one that was a recovery, and I finally got it to work and then finished things. And then now this one's broken. your session. I, I just don't understand. How come this other one didn't? How come that worked? How come this one? I come in here. What was the first fucking thing I said to it? Just, I'm tired of it. How come one of them does it, but the other one doesn't? I just don't get it. I know you're not supposed to be able to access it directly. But how come you're able to pull these in here? And that one argues with me. Just, why? Alright, look, well, once again, I've got the thing completed on here. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna move on, because as long as I got this here, I can try copying and pasting or whatever, making a new session somewhere else, but just I don't have time for this. You can go F yourself. You can go F yourself. Let's find something else to work on. We'll go back to doing this. Because I was having fun yesterday. Okay, so based on what we know, we know that this Serene is going to be 1998. I guess that's probably this one. Or a little bit later. Now, I don't know if she's kept the silver hair and all that all the time. Maybe she did. Maybe, you know. But So let's see if they both do the same thing or do something different. That would be 18 years. Yeah. Because it stands to reason that when I go to do Heather and Serena talking, that depending on what time of day it is, whether it's a school day or an off day, or, you know, Serena might be present as a teen. Heck, maybe she says something about, you know, she likes looking at the books, but you know, Because if we can do that, then we can build the other thing. Oh, sorry, Serena. Didn't see that. Apparently I'm lost in my thoughts. So, in last night's episode and this one now, the story is that, now I haven't finished making the one over here, but the story is we have a mother and a daughter. In 1998, this is Mom. This is Serena. That's Lily in 2020. I just aged her down to 15 for 1998 because she would appear in the scene using the older salon that I'm still trying to make. This is close to what we've got going on in the other one. But because we're trying to get this original window to be continuity. Like, it's here in 98 using curtains, but then Lily adds frosted glass and removes the curtains. But the elements that she keeps are the chair and the shampoo bowl mounted in the counter. She just changes the counter and adds the round mirror instead. Now, last night I figured out that I gotta tell them to keep everything in the image in order to get another image without them taking things out. So, here's a good version of it. That might even be the bowl I'm trying to get her to make, him to make. That's a nice version. Is this the new? Yeah, forward projecting bowl counter. So, you know, because if we can just keep this, we can. All right. So that's our counter prop with bowl. That should be locked as a prop. The backsplash does not touch the mirror at all, so we don't need to add a cutout. That counter fits the theme of having been here since then. All we need to do is replace the white laminate with the more marble style Okay, what did you call that thing? Um, you know, and all things considered, if it gives me this window with a crossbar, I'm not gonna complain. I mean, if all things considered, if we ended up with this window and that wall, I'm not gonna complain. The main thing is I want something that stays consistent because she took over her mother's salon, and mom might have took it over from an aunt or something, or a cousin, or you know. So if I can get this to work, then perhaps I can age it down again to like the 80s or something. That's like spot on. Okay, now is the counter still curved? This looks awesome here. This, yeah, excellent detail. And if and in the future version, there could even be a couple of little potted like cactus or something on the windowsill of this thing. Okay. Now it's okay if the counter's different, as long as we got this canon and the bowl. You know, she might have changed something about the counter. You know. No, let me tell you, you can do it. Come on, let me. Because I have to stop them from using up all my credits. You know? It's like, okay, don't do it unless I tell you. That's the problem. I made a recovery version, and then I try to tell it, okay, now replace all that with this, and they're like, we can't do that. Well, that's because you made your own stuff. Don't make your own stuff. You know, because I proved that I could do it. I just, you know, I had to make a new thing and tell it to use the stuff. But, you know, they tell me they can't do something, and then I prove it. Okay, I need to... I swear I've been in this room because that's exactly the view I had. The door being here. Well, hell, I've got 20 million photographs. Yeah, there's my my half turd, half getting better. Because of these pains in the ass. Or wait, no. No, this is when I was leaving. Let me see. Okay, well, October 31st was my last day in that building of 2023. So I was trying to get my stuff out of there. I might have left the table, I don't remember. Or I might have given it to Nicole. This paint I got from, like, Habitat for Humanity, the Restore. They had, like, a 5-gallon bucket that had about, like, 3 gallons or so in it of this color. And it was, like, you know, had, like, primer in it already. And then I, like, taped off to put, like, a little bit of white trim around this window. I wanted to do the same with this wall or change, or, you know, refresh the color. Back here I was using I had a can of purple paint that was similar to this cabinet, and like a lavender, and I put that back here. But those, I was supposed to be closed, waiting for the state board. But I couldn't get these jokers to understand that, hey, I'm a new owner. It's as if you guys don't exist anymore. I'm supposed to be closed. I had paper on the windows. And why is there paper on the windows? Because I'm supposed to be remodeling the place, and I'm not open yet. Nope, can't stop progress. Can't stop them. Oh, I got this changing table from Facebook Marketplace. There's the squirrel, or a squirrel. The pizza place was on the other side of this wall, so throughout the day he was either coming to the door for whatever we had, or he would get breadsticks from the pizza guy. Looks like the pizza guy's even got his truck sitting there. He was probably taking his garbage or oil or something over to the dumpster. I left my magazines there. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. No slideshows. We weren't looking at that. Oh, look. See? I was doing the shell game. It was Halloween night. We haven't had a Halloween night since then. Yeah, oh. And I was trying to make my sign. That would have been on the front of the building had I had any money to make a sign. At the very least, I was going to put this in the window. No, don't do the slideshow. So, I got my half fixed up. Still with the old stations, but... And I had it so this was going to be for a new person, but at the moment it could be my office so that I could keep this station clean. And this is the chair that I drove first to Benton Harbor from Detroit area and got this and a blue base. The blue base pump didn't work. Then I went to Lansing like a week later and got this base with a looked like somebody had smoked cigarettes in it for years, gray with yellow stains, but the base worked, so alright, I made a chair. I got that from Facebook. I drove up to Lapeer. It had like the chicken wire mesh behind here. I got these at the dollar store around Valentine's Day, and just I basically took two of them and sandwiched the mesh between it using Elmer's glue or that type of glue, probably from the dollar store. I still have this cabinet. It's sitting in my room. And I still have the changing table. And I was using the changing table as my station for a while, because, hey, you come for a change, you're sitting in front of the changing table. It's a shame it took me this long and this much space to finally have my area not all full of clutter and look like a hoarder living there. I also, now this was like pre-COVID I went and got that. But I replaced, I went to Lapeer and bought these from Marketplace or whatever. And I had one up higher so that, you know, I didn't have to lean as far, except when the Asian stylist would come in, she'd use that one and tell me to use the little one because her stuff is over there or whatever. So it's like, I'm supposed to be the owner of the frickin' thing and I'm being told that crap. That's kind of, there's no way that she's going to respect me. I'm supposed to be a landlord. I can't draw up contracts for people who have just been doing a handshake deal for 20 years, thinking that this is still that person's salon. And how am I supposed to get a new person and give them a contract and a lease and all that when I can't get these ones to clean up their area? And the Asian one's the one that every day will go next door to the pizza place because she's the one bringing her kid. Her kid grew up in this salon. Too bad I had to end it, but come in the next morning, There's another 2-liter, a half 2-liter of something sitting on another station somewhere. Come in the next day, there's another half 2-liter added to the collection. Never finish one, never take it home with her. Now, I had to lie to State Board. The day before State Board, I'm in here trying to mop the place and get it, ready to go. And she didn't understand. And I'm like, it was a Sunday. And I'm like, she's working on clients. And I'm like, hello, your shit's still not cleaned up over there. It needs to be like this. Not the crap way she had it. So at least she cleaned it up, but State Board wants to open these drawers and stuff. So I'll tell you what happened. We're all renters, right? The lady came in the next day. She went to go look through there. I'm like, okay, those are former renters that haven't gotten their stuff yet. That stopped her in her tracks, and I said, over here, this is where I am and an empty station. She looked through my drawers. Then the break room back here / storage room was basically everything that was shoved in there because nobody takes their shit home. Christmas decorations and all kinds of clothing, and so I had to say, that's the storage room. Nobody goes in there. I had signs on the doors and all that, like I'm supposed to. So I only got to do this half of the room. I repainted the bathroom. There was a new toilet paper holder because the other one broke. I redid the kitchen area back there because that was I painted the walls and everything because that was crap. The former owner ended up coming back and using this chair back here, and she was paying me, so I at least was able to get that. It's like now I'm the owner and she's working for me, or not for me, but at my place. But what happened is she was having knee problems and thought she was gonna have to quit. So she was like, okay, well, I'm just locking the doors. I'm not staying open. If anybody's going to take over, fine, but otherwise I'm closing the doors mid-March. And I took the chance to keep it open. She came back because she had some blood transfusions or something, and was able to work some more. She, aside from her gabbing about politics that I'm not on the same side of, she was like my second mother. She'd go out of town and I'd watch her cats at her double wide manufactured home, a nice one, in the same park that I temporarily lived in before coming here. I lived in there for 4 months with some people, and then I ended up back at my brother's house, and then called this place again and said, hey, I know I called a while back, you got anything for me to come rent? And luckily, the barber who had an old barber chair sitting here, he was 85 years old or something like that. He had Alzheimer's, and he hadn't shown up in 2 months. So they're like, okay, well, we'll pull the chair back here, which actually belonged to her, and I ended up being here, and then Joyce was over here before she retired. And that was Joyce's cabinet from over here. Anyway. I'm just... What was I doing? Oh, I was looking for a photo of the front door. So I pulled these up here and like, okay, well, we don't need all these chairs, but we got them. They can be the damn lobby. I'm trying to think who this was. But that's what we ended up doing. Yeah, see, this was probably when I was still pre-state board. Yeah, it's a couple of days before that at least. I still gotta, after painting and everything, get all my crap out of here. That's my table from being that was my office before it became better. You know, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, here's the cabinet and fridge in the break room. Yeah. You know, I was at the proudest moment in my life, and I was disgusted by it too. First, the fact that I had to lie, and then lie to an official, and I got approved. You know, I'm a successful failure. You know, nobody can ever take that away from me that I owned a salon, a legal salon with legal Zoom and everything, and had to pay. See? Yeah. But people still walking in here because they want their hair done. I didn't want to polish a turd. I ended up polishing a turd. I wasn't going to keep those other two. I was starting from scratch. But the day I talked to the landlord, I had no choice because somebody had already told them that I was taking over somehow. So I chickened out and told them what the deal was, and you know, it's $400 a month. Nope, that didn't work. This was my shampoo bowl. I never used it until I got here, but the old gray ones that were on the wall both were like failing. The one had already peeled off the wall, and I just happened to have this in my car. So, okay, it's Christmas time. Everybody's coming for their appointments. If you got somebody to slap it on the wall, you can have it. So, it was like I planted roots in the building. And literally, I'm a part of the building. And then here I am replacing them with this. I need to just get this image without the paper on it and give that to them and say, look, this is what it needs to be. Put the curtains on it. Put the frosted glass. There he is again. There's my soul that I ended up smashing. Now I got the Jeep. This was when I was back in the corner after COVID. With the, looks like I still see the, I might see the hanging shower curtains still. I I was turning out of the gas station. Somebody was letting me go. But the one behind them went into the turn lane. And I kissed the grill. So I caught them with my right front? No, left front. Driver's side front. And I'm assuming this is the one I hit. But I went around the whole thing, if it was their car, to, you know, no, Your Honor, I didn't hit them in the back, or, you know. Nobody hit them either, you know. You know, they hit me, I hit them. Nobody else was involved except for the car next to me that had let me out. You know, I ended up getting the ticket for failure to yield, so it's my fault. It's like, because I've always been the kind of person to let people out, but it's hard to do that now. You know, somebody was actually being nice and... Oh, look, she had actually started cleaning up her crap on the day I'm mopping to get ready. It didn't look like this that morning. You know, you know, everything that I'm at fault for, I again take responsibility for. You know, I know what my fault was, and you know. So this here, the two people here, they were my clients that were my friends. They were supposed to be like my helpful advisors. This one here, she co-signed on the lease. Even, she didn't have to do anything other than put her signature on it. But, and then, you know, so Nicole and Stephanie, and they were meeting each other in person that day. And we were gonna like, okay, once a month we're gonna do a breakfast meeting and get together, and I gave both of them keys to the place. Nicole was my longtime client. She had brought her daughters to me. I think the youngest one just graduated or something. She would come and pick up my towels and wash them because I was having a hard time getting them done here. You know, and of course, you know, I'm like, hey, you don't owe me anything. You give me money if you want, but you don't owe me anything. You know. So, yes, they are wearing hair that I did. You know, that thought that it goes back to the first time I was at a place where when I was at Alicia's, I think it was pre-move in with them, that two other people that she knew came to her 31 party, and I had already done their hair. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is weird, you know? it it's a charity bucket. Because I was trying to get some karma out of the thing, you know, help somebody out, buy my paint from the thrift store and all that, and you know, so I mean, can you imagine all this going on and State Board lady walks in, wax sitting out here, and I told them I wasn't doing waxing and makeup and nails, because you have to, if you're doing nails, which nobody actually was, but she's got a waxer sitting here. You know, and not proper State Board usage. Just, you know. Okay, that's up front. I think I was taking pictures on the day I took over. Or just getting an idea of, okay, that's the old bowl. It's more of a gray color, but yeah, I think I was getting an idea of how. Yeah, that's what I was doing that stuff. That was I had written out my agreement. It said Salon Charles on the building, but it was actually called Shea Charles. When they moved over here from the other location, they didn't put the full name. Hey, buddy. How's it going there, buddy? Good boy. Yeah. Oh. My client books. Every page in those books was at least one person. What was a person's card where I had at least one appointment from them. And I currently, now I have 11 books. They're not all full, but at certain milestones I started a new book and kept carrying, as they came back, carry the cards forward. My $90, $300 shears. Instead of paying $300 for one pair, they had a Black Friday deal where you get both of them for $90, and comes with a case and a razor. I think it came with a razor too, a feather razor. thrift store. I put like tissue or something at the bottom because these were resting on the ceramic bottom, and I'm like, nope, can't be damaging the tips of them. This is an ice cream taco from the Milk House Cafe up near Port Huron, Michigan. That you only get those on Taco Tuesday. And then I was starting to try to use the Shades EQ, so in order to figure out what the heck I was looking at, I used stickers from Amazon. And told myself what the colors were in the bottle. You know? And this is Loki and Arya having some fun. That's Nicole again, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. It might not be, but again, I apologize for the clutter. You know, it's like it wasn't like that when I had my suite. My suite was not cluttered. By then I had what I needed. I didn't have all the crap. Trying to get outdoor lighting shots. Oh, I had gone to the thrift stores and got bowls. And I was like using them based on the time of year. You know, like fall and winter, and for the most part I was using the heart-shaped bowls. Okay, the actual Tuesday when I went and got the thing. Yeah, that's the chair that I went and got, but I got this from a thrift store and put it over it and pinned it. Okay, so that's before. And that's after. Alrighty, you have a good one. Sorry, oh, there's my heart bowls. I didn't use those in the suite though because you know, it's kind of small space and I didn't really have storage area to put the bowls, so I just used these stackable plastic ones. This was when I went to get the chair because Benton Harbor is nearby Holland, Michigan. And the ritual. If I can touch the lighthouse, I touch it. You know. Sorry, you don't need to look up my nose. So that's South Haven. So I went, well, Benton Harbor first and St. Joseph Light. And then I went out, the next one north is South Haven. And then this was St. Joseph. And we have contact. I hadn't been there in like 20 years. Blue base. Okay, so I bought that. Is there an image of the chair when it's crappy looking? I was taking a picture of this stuff because I wanted to get the part or whatever to fix the thing if I could. Ah, there's the crappy looking gray chair. Okay, let's not look at that. Y'all don't need to see whatever that was. Oh look, it's Antonia. Tony. Yeah. I should name some people after my clients. I think that might be the one that got me the cape. Or not cape, the apron. I'm trying to think what her name was, but Melissa? I think it was Melissa. I don't remember who this is. And doesn't look very good either. It's because I never got to do short hair. They didn't have any problems with it, but it just I'm looking at things and not liking it. Now that was still my older camera phone that sucked. Okay, not sure who that is. And I'm not sure which one's the after either. I mean, this looks more like an after, but... I was trying to make an advertisement for, hey, come for this and I'll use this on you. You know, without overcharging. Oh. Cat sitting. I had to come there and, like, feed the outside stray cat, too, because he would come here at like, depending on daylight savings, either 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning. He'd never approach you, but he'd be there. If you tried to pet him or something, he's going to go running. But he expects his meal. This here is was my first client. I hadn't seen her in a couple of years because she lived a little further away. But she was back. Alright, I'm looking specifically for a picture of the front door, so I'm gonna try to get there. This was Tammy, my longtime client. She was trying to let me figure out how to once and for all get a silver color successful. With bleaching the hair enough and getting it toned. And I mean, it's a bit ashy, not quite silver, but I think this is what she wanted. Plus, she let me do, you know. This was from a site, Jamie Dana, where you can sign up and get all these images and stuff for your advertisements. And, well, I took the images from her, but I made my own, and that's why I was doing that thing with the bowls and all that. I was like, you know, I'll put my own spin on it. You know, I wasn't the best, but I wasn't always the worst either. I was self-taught. I had to figure it out. Also note, I don't chop anybody's hair. I would ask if they wanted a trim or something, or not even necessarily that. I'd be like, okay, we're at the point where I just blew the hair dry or about to, and I'd be like, anything else? If they said nothing, they didn't get nothing. You know? Maybe I'd add, no trim or anything today, or, something, but, you know. So I think we started with this and went lighter. This might even be Tammy again before we did the silver. That's Sam again, my first client. I still have the dollar. I'm like, can you bring me at least $1 so I can frame it? So again, if anybody has anything negative to say about yeah, that was probably about 48, 49 years ago. By the way, if something looks too thick or whatever, that's because that's how they wanted it. So, I don't want to hear it from any pro stylists or anything like, what the hell are you doing to them? That's the way they wanted it. Okay, I don't know what's going on there, but that's Sam. That's Nicole. That's her kids. Oh yes, I think this is the one that came for the green removal. And thankfully the one she had used was a box dye type, so I just had to use a box dye remover. I think she came back somewhat later, a different day. Anyway, I'm looking for the door. Give me the door and window. Stop faffing around. I don't have much time to do more of this today. I gotta work and I'm not staying up all night. Alright, well, get out of here, because you're not doing what you're meant to do. How do I explain that to them? I mean, technically, this is what I want, based on the old pictures. But the door needs to be this one. Yes, I understand that. Just do what I'm asking. I'm short on time. I'm gonna go get coffee while they're doing that. Because this is the next step of the project. Coming up with what Heather and Serena talked about. Because I got several things going on with that they don't know. Don't. Okay, I am going to set a timer. So that I do not stay on here past 1 o'clock. Okay, good. And they number the top parts too. Um, okay. Yes, you may do that. And hopefully you understood that when I said that. Yes. There we go. I was probably waiting on the permission. It's like, he did give it. All right, we'll do the thing. I don't usually request likes for my stuff, but if you like this, I would appreciate a like. You know, because this is it's a very personal and special project for me doing this. I'm happy to share this with people who genuinely want to watch this content. You know, you are basically seeing me in this project. Everything I've ever held inside, kept to myself. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Caught you. I caught you. Um, give you permission without me saying so. I wish you would just let me type here. The curtains were opened, that's okay. Well, I still have a half hour, so... Um, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, they've got the same light fixture. This would be the original image with the photos. Then the next one, perhaps she started to work on it and she just happens to have the curtains closed and took the photos down because she wants to repaint the wall. You know, to give it a fresh coat at least. We just need to remove that bench. You're not able to see them. No, nope, you're adding things. You're adding things. Just come on. You removed the magazine thing, but that could have been a view from this side. My let's see. I am curious. I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. I am noticing my views are trending up a little for these videos based on what we were doing. Although a few of the previous cosmetology school ones, they did fairly well. You know, some had 24 or 32 or 43 views. So it's about the same. I'm not getting the big view count that I used to get. I'm just wondering if maybe in the past it was a lot of bots watching. Or let me stop you. Exactly. So we can get our continuity back. You just, and I didn't use the Wonka bench, so we're not screwed over there. Okay, that alarm's going to be going any minute now. So, son of a, don't, no, 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 no. I screwed up by saying I wanted a new prop picture and all that. However, 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 it's not a lost cause, because I love this. I can do this. I'll make it myself. Make the damn image myself. So Okay, let's... Alright, so what we need to do is not let this get to be too big of an image. No, it's going to be that same color. We might leave well, we may or may not leave the windowsill and border the same. I mean, the woodwork. The molding, whatever the word is for that. Okay, that trim there must be the chair rail that she's talking about, or he, she. It's getting close to when that alarm's going to go off. Probably less than a minute. So if anybody is watching, it's going to make noise. Well, here, get it over by this hand so you can touch it without having to take your hand off the mouse. Well, I had that spot on. It is currently 1 a.m. Alright, let me take this. Alright, if you get this right, I'm going to bed. Because we'll have a nice send off. You know, like the garden's there. Nope. It's not to say that they couldn't have, what do they call it, the sash or whatever, that the thing to hold the curtains back. You know. That's beautiful, except that they removed my sink. Oh yeah, the front of the front of the thing doesn't have that. I gotta have this be the last thing I do. I cannot stay up late today. I actually got some sleep yesterday and I still woke up. Well, not only did I wake up, you know, my alarms went off. I didn't get up. So I ended up late for the first time in forever. Like by about 3 minutes. And I still went to work and felt like I was punch drunk. So I have to get to bed. He needs to do the right image right here. Because regardless, I have to stop. But I need him to do something right. He was doing something right, and then he removed something, and I can't have this. I swear it's like they have it programmed in to screw me over. It's like give him a couple of good ones and then screw one over just because. Are these photographs staying the same photographs? That's different. That's different. No, but we're not keeping this image. The framed photos are not a problem. I'm not gonna. They're there. I'm okay with that. Oh my god, I just had a thought. No, don't do it over here because this one will want to. Oh, that's right. I can't because. You broke a rule, dude. No, I'm not going to complain because I was going to tell you to do it anyway, but. Just going to have to watch that you don't keep doing that, though. Let's see. Because. Right windowsill. Wrong window. So. And I do need to get to bed, so. That's some good canon, though. And I didn't know that's what we were doing, per se, but... So some things to note. One scene has doors, one has drawers. So, otherwise they're beautiful scenes, I wish I didn't have to be so picky about that. I mean, because this thing's got to be a combined... Even maybe she just temporarily puts a couple towels in the drawer and leaves the rest in the cabinet so she doesn't have to go get them. But, I mean, she's got all the products and stuff up here. She's probably not going to necessarily use a big back bar bottle of shampoo over here. It's not being shared by everybody, so she could have the big gallon jug of it and just be refilling her small jug, or her regular bottle. But because I don't want to mess too much with replacing things. It's a nice setup. It looks period relevant and all that. So with that, I think this is a good place to leave off for tonight. Now, here's the good news. I work 8:30 to 4:30, and then I am off for 3 days in a row because as a union place, we have it in the contract that after X amount of years, you keep getting more holidays added to what you get off and still get paid for it. Now, to compensate for that, the company then makes us take an extra day off so that we are not getting extra pay past the 40-hour limit. So, we've got 5 people in the department and 3 of us get the pay, so 3 of us get an extra day off this week. Screwing over the other 2 who don't have their time in yet. But in any case, that's going to be it for this. Yeah, we're just gonna get out of there and get out of there. And I don't know if y'all saw me do that. Yeah, I did this on camera. So, thank you to Daniel and Serena for joining in, and thank you to anybody else who has been watching at all, whether it's now or in the future. I always try to give some love to the future people. Technically, everybody is future people because of the delay, but whether it's 10 minutes, an hour from now, 3 hours, 3 days, 3 months, whenever you're watching, I appreciate you. Okay? So. And that's our thumbnail telling about what we're doing. This is all leading to the book, but I want story. Story is very important to this. These are not just hair appointments for chopping hair and making pictures. These are interconnected people in a small town. And that's what makes this worth doing. Because if it was just me faffing around with seeing what is in a video, I'm going to keep getting disappointed and spend all my money. And so, but hey, we're having some fun. And I hope everybody likes what they're seeing and doesn't get offended that it's AI, because I don't want to use AI for this. I'd prefer to still be the person who wasn't using AI. I hate that they're building all them damn data centers, and thankfully some places are wisening up and saying no. But there's got to be a way for them to do the data centers without destroying the world. You know, hands off the damn drinking water. You know, freaking fracking, drilling and all that. Now it's the data centers. It's like, leave the damn drinking water alone. You're not going to suck the damn Great Lakes dry. It's bad enough they let like Nestle and all that come in and buy up all the, you know, tap into the local water and everything. And but anyway, thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good day and a great day, and get plenty of sleep, and so I hope you have a great night and a great day, and I hope to see you all in the next one that you are able to make it to, which currently will be more of this. And until then, wishing you no tangles in life or otherwise. Keep shining, and bye-bye for now.